The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 1st, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Henry C. Hank Johnson, Jr. to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, be gracious unto us. Be gracious to us and bless us. Bless us with the warmth of your countenance. Make your face to shine upon us. Then may we reflect your saving power, that it would be known throughout the world. May we mirror the love you have for each and every person. Imitate the grace you offer to all peoples. May ours be a nation that lives into your grace plan. May we not reject your design, but allow it to influence our every decision. Flavor every word from our mouths, guide our deeds, and inspire our hearts. Holy God, you have richly blessed us to carry forth your divine and loving purpose. Thus blessed to be a blessing, may we live into the grace and mercy you have bestowed on us. We open ourselves this day to delight in your presence, and we sing with gladness in your company. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the jobs created by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. By passing this historic piece of legislation, we have set in motion adding 2 million jobs a year for the American people. High-paying jobs, stable jobs, filled by skilled union American workers. These are the jobs that hold families together. They put everyday people in control of their future for themselves and for their children. We're building the roads, bridges, high-speed internet, ports, and airports we need. We're strengthening our frail electric grid. We're building back better now and for the next generation to come, for all our children. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the crisis that is causing energy prices to skyrocket and hurting Pennsylvanians. This year, it is estimated that Americans will pay 32% more to heat their homes than they did last year. This sudden spike in prices is a result of President Biden's war on affordable energy sources, sources like oil, natural gas, coal, and the Marcellus Shale that is so readily available in Pennsylvania. Instead of promoting these affordable baseload power sources, the Biden administration has doubled down on their failed politics. So far, President Biden has canceled projects, including the Keystone XL pipeline. He has refused to sign new drilling leases that would ultimately lower the cost of energy for my constituents. President Biden and his far-left administration are fighting against American businesses and against American families. The dead of winter is not the time to implement the Green New Deal. The coldest months of the year are no time to raise heating costs. This reckless policies must end. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change presents an existential threat to our environment, our economy, and our future. That's one of the reasons I was so proud to support the bipartisan infrastructure law, a generational investment in clean energy jobs and technology like solar. This investment is critical for the communities I represent, which are already working to advance clean energy technologies at home in Illinois. Just last week, Mundelein, Illinois was awarded the Department of Energy's SolSmart Silver Award for making it faster, easier, and more affordable for communities to utilize solar energy. We owe it to our families, communities, and future generations to create climate change solutions. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees selecting Dr. Michael Emeritus as the new university president. He continues the importance of Greek heritage, so meaningful for the people of South Carolina. Having previously spent over 20 years on the USC campus, President Emeritus returns from the University of Illinois at Chicago, where he has been chancellor. As President Emeritus is already familiar with the university community, I'm confident that the school, the branch campuses, and students will benefit from his appreciation of the extraordinary Gamecock traditions. Shortly after being selected, President Emeritus said, quote, "Through academics, research, and the vibrant culture, the university system is critically important to the people of South Carolina and to the state's future. I feel privileged to be able to lead this great institution," end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the safe haven in Afghanistan to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of a well-known and generous man from Davenport, Iowa. Mike Duffy passed away peacefully on January 21st, surrounded by his loved ones. For the overwhelming majority of his life, Mike called Davenport home. He began working at the age of 11 and did not stop until his retirement. He helped his father, John, grow the family business, Permar Security, into an Iowa institution. Mike worked a number of jobs throughout his life, and he always treated everyone from all walks of life with equal respect. That's just who Mike was, and he has made the lives of everyone around him better because of it. Mike's long list of accomplishments include being recognized by the Iowa Business Hall of Fame, the Quad Cities Area Junior Achievement Hall of Fame, and the Security Industry Hall of Fame. Mike served the Quad Cities around the clock, serving on multiple boards and committees, including the Davenport Chamber of Commerce, St. Ambrose University, and the Handicap Development Center, just to name a few. And even at his visitation, his employees told his wife, Linda, about his selfless service and delivering the Sunday paper to them for the coupons, even though he read it online. Mike worked his entire life to support his family, his friends, and his community. Mike's wife, Linda, their children, and 31 grandchildren are in my prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the accomplishments of Doug Weathers, the longtime WTOC Savannah broadcaster who was recently inducted into the Georgia Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Doug has been a titan of Georgia broadcasting since 1962 when he first began presenting the news. Starting in 1954 as a film editor, Doug worked his way through running the projector, operating studio cameras, and helping with production until he was tapped to host. When it comes to news, Doug truly is a jack of all trades. Doug helped WTOC News reach the top of their local ratings and remained there during his tenure. In 1973, Doug left WTOC for WJCL because they had the ability to broadcast in color, and he helped springboard them to #1 in the local ratings. When Doug eventually returned to WTOC, he helped bring their evening news back to #1, where it remained until his retirement in 2001. Having worked in every aspect of a television studio, Doug has helped modernize and popularize local news throughout our state. We are very grateful for his years of service and congratulate him on this historic accomplishment. My friend and my neighbor, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules and on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later date. Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 5577.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5577, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3900 Crown Road Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia, as the John R. Lewis Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I yield my time, such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5577 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3900 Crown Road Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia, as the John R. Lewis Post Office Building. John Lewis was born on February 21, 1940 in Troy, Alabama, to Willie Mae and Eddie Lewis. Inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., he attended the American Baptist Theological Seminary in Nashville, Tennessee. Lewis then went on to earn his bachelor's degree in religion and philosophy from Fisk University. As a college student in Nashville, Congressman Lewis was a founder and chairman of the National Civil Rights Organization, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC. In 1963, John Lewis was involved in planning the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. As a part of the event, Lewis delivered a keynote address at the Lincoln Memorial in which he called on an army of movement activists to, quote, march through the South in a sustained campaign of nonviolent resistance to produce effective federal civil rights legislation and destroy Jim Crow. His fight for federal civil rights legislation continued in 1965 as Congressman Lewis participated in new voter registration drives and peaceful demonstrations in Selma, Alabama, where he sustained a fractured skull as a result of being beaten during what is now known as Bloody Sunday. President Jimmy Carter appointed Lewis as the Associate Director of the federal volunteer agency Action, where he worked to build connections to local volunteer groups and diversify the agency's workforce. From 1981 to 1986, Congressman Lewis held a seat on the Atlanta City Council, where he tackled local issues such as public funding for infrastructure, zoning laws, and homelessness. As a representative of Georgia, Lewis made monumental strides as he focused on backing or introducing legislation advancing civil rights, environmental justice, education, and health care. In 1991, Lewis proposed legislation to establish the Museum of African American History and worked to gather support for the proposal until George W. Bush signed into law a bill creating the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest honors of my professional life, and really my life, was the opportunity to get to know and serve with the great John Lewis in this body. And I think if you asked most members who had the privilege of getting to know him and serve with him in the U.S. House of Representatives, that they would count among their finest honors to be able to have that privilege as well. Sadly, we lost Congressman Lewis, our beloved John, who died on July 17, 2020. And I encourage all of my colleagues to honor the memory of Congressman John Lewis's legacy in his fight for civil rights through the dedication of the post office at 3900 Crown Road Southwest as the John R. Lewis Post Office Building, and may his memory be for a blessing. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5577, which would name a post office after our former House colleague, John Robert Lewis. Besides being a long-term member of Congress, serving as Chief Deputy Whip in the 110th Congress, he is best known for his role as a leader of the civil rights movement. His legacy is inspiring. He was the chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in the 1960s. He was one of the original Freedom Riders in 1961. In 1963, he helped organize the March on Washington. And in 1965, he led the first of 3 marches between Selma and Montgomery across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. There are few Americans as distinguished as John R. Lewis, and I am proud to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Georgia, who has the privilege of having not stepped in the shoes, but to have succeeded the great former Congressman John Lewis. The gentlelady from Georgia for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5577, legislation that I introduced to rename the main post office on Crown Road in Atlanta after my mentor and predecessor, a friend to many of us, Congressman John Robert Lewis. Given the 5th Congressional District's main United States post office, Congressman Lewis's name is a proper, lasting tribute to the life of a civil rights hero. And to have the People's House take this bill up on the first day of Black History Month could not be more fitting. Congressman Lewis was a freedom rider, the youngest speaker at the 1963 March on Washington, a recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and the conscience of the Congress. The sacrifices Congressman Lewis made paved the way for me to even stand before you today as a member of this body. He was a natural leader, and nearly 2 years after his passing, his mere memory has united over 360 co-sponsors to honor his life and legacy by designating the John Robert Lewis Postal Building. As I reflect on the power of over 4/5 of this body coming together to honor the life of Congressman Lewis, I can only imagine the good that we could do by coming together in the same numbers to advance what Congressman Lewis called the beloved community. The good we could do by standing together, fiercely defending the civil rights that Congressman Lewis put his life on the line for. The good that we could do if we all said something, did something, whenever we see that something isn't just right. The good that we could all do if we heeded the words in Congressman Lewis's final essay to answer the highest calling of your heart and stand up for what you truly believe. While it speaks volumes that so many of us have united to commemorate Congressman Lewis, it would shout to the heavens where Mr. Lewis could hear us if we united with the same energy in the spirit of justice and moral obligation. As we look at the trying times that our country is facing, let us not only honor Congressman Lewis with the post office, let us channel Congressman Lewis every day in Congress. Let's make sure today's passage of H.R. 5577 is only a starting point for our work ahead in his honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized. The gentlelady from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and to honor the life of the great John Lewis. I'm honored to have called Congressman Lewis a colleague and more importantly, a friend. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have many fond memories of serving in Congress, but some of my fondest memories are walking from the Cannon Building over here to the Capitol with John Lewis. Here I am, this kid from South Georgia, walking with an icon over here to the Capitol. And we did it on many occasions. His office was a floor below mine when I was in the Cannon Building. I also cherished the time that he invited members of the Georgia delegation to his home, and we had dinner that night. And he sat and he told us stories of his experiences with Dr. King. I was proud to call John Lewis my friend. Like all of us in these halls, we can say that his wisdom, his spirit, and his friendship are deeply missed. But what can you say about John Lewis that hasn't already been said? He was a giant among men. He fiercely dedicated his life to fighting for equality and for justice for all. From his early days fighting segregation in Nashville, to the Freedom Rides, to his service in the halls of Congress, John Lewis dedicated his life to a more perfect union. John Lewis never stopped, and now more than ever, it is encouraging to be reminded of John's unyielding optimism and faith in the American dream. My hope is that today's bill will, in a small way, continue his legacy. The bill we are considering today would name Atlanta's Central Postal Facility after this American hero. It's only appropriate to do so for a city shaped so much by Mr. Lewis. What's more, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you've looked at the number of co-sponsors on this bill. If you count, this bill has an incredible 341 co-sponsors as of this morning. By my estimates, that makes it the most bipartisan bill that Congress has considered. And that's telling of John Lewis's legacy. I should note that this legislation has the support of Congressman Lewis's family, the John and Lillian Miles Lewis Foundation, as well as local Atlanta officials. Thank you to Representative Nakima Williams, who now represents Mr. Lewis's old district in Atlanta, for sponsoring this effort. As a Georgian, as a colleague, and as a friend, I'm especially honored to support this legislation and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, a member of the Judiciary Committee who chairs the Antitrust, Commercial, and Administrative Law Subcommittee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding and giving me an opportunity to say a few words about our extraordinary colleague, the late John Lewis. John Lewis is someone who had such an enormous impact on this country, someone who risked his life, endured violence, intimidation, to help create a more beloved community and a better country. He was a gentleman who continued his fight for equality and justice and dignity for every single person in this country. Many of us had the privilege of crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge with John Lewis, but for me, what was particularly helpful and memorable is that John Lewis was a champion in the fight for LGBTQ equality and the Equality Act. At a very critical moment, he became part of that effort, and I thought to myself, here's a man who's already done more than anyone could imagine one person can do for human dignity, for equality, for justice, and he was still in the fight for the LGBTQ community. One of the most extraordinary honors of my life is having served in Congress, but certainly having the friendship of the extraordinary John Lewis, someone who was beloved by everyone here, and I'll end with this. When I first met Mr. Lewis, he called me brother, and that went on for about 6 months, and I thought to myself, well, he doesn't remember my name. You know, that's just the way it is. But I soon learned that he called everyone brother and sister, because in John's heart, we were all part of a common family. And so this post office, I thank Congresswoman Nakima Williams for her sponsorship, will be a permanent memorial to the extraordinary contributions of the life of John Lewis to our country. And with that, I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are so many, really nearly all of the members of this body that had the privilege to get to know Congressman Lewis would count among their finest honors the chance to serve in this esteemed institution with him. He was really the embodiment of goodness. John Lewis was someone who I never heard cast aspersions, who I never saw angry or anger directed at someone else. He certainly had anger towards injustice and really channeled that energy and his passion to make sure that everyone in the United States had an opportunity to live and experience justice as his life's work. There were so many times that John's rallying cry for members of this institution was that we needed to stand up and speak out and make sure that we did not remain silent. That is absolutely essential and is as important today as it was back in the 1960s and before that, when he was walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge and leading the fight for voting rights. And we carry on that fight for him to this day in his memory. And now, Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of yielding 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this important legislation to the floor of the House in such a bipartisan way. I rise today in support of legislation to honor the leadership and legacy of Congressman John Robert Lewis. Being from Georgia, presiding, it makes it very special to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I do so officially, and I do so personally. As our beloved John Lewis was the conscience of the Congress and a dear friend to many of us who served with him. I came in with the same class as John Lewis, so served with him for decades and had the benefit of seeing up close and personal on a daily basis the special nature of this man. Let us salute Congresswoman Nikina Williams, who has the awesome privilege of serving on John Lewis's in that seat in Georgia, for her committed leadership in making this legislation possible. John Lewis was a titan of the civil rights movement, we all know that, a moral giant on Capitol Hill and in the country, and a hero of American history who transformed our nation with his vision, his persistence, and his courage. John offered our nation a clarion voice for freedom and justice, from lunch counters in Nashville to the Edmund Pettus Bridge and Selma, from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial to the floor of the House. On the floor of the House, he led a demonstration in support of gun violence prevention that was historic. His extraordinary sacrifice, indomitable spirit, and endless generosity in the face of unimaginable adversity made him revered in both houses of the Congress, on both sides of the aisle, and across the country. It was my solemn honor to welcome John back to the Capitol a final time in July 20th, July in state. Then in July 2021, I had the great privilege of leading a congressional delegation to San Diego to christen the formidable USNS John Lewis, U.S. Navy, John Lewis. Today, we again honor him by affixing his name upon a post office in the heart of his beloved Atlanta, another fitting tribute that will inspire generations of Georgians. And it is appropriate we do so as Americans across the nation mark the beginning of Black History Month this very day, February. And we do so, let us pledge to continue to carry on John's mission, to strive for a more perfect union, and to work to build a world worthy of John Lewis's legacy. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also proudly honor a pioneering spirit, a friend of John Lewis, a progressive champion, a dear friend of so many of us, Congresswoman Lynn Woolsey, with legislation to rename the Petaluma Downtown Post Office in her honor, which I'm proud to co-sponsor as a Californian. We pay a proper tribute to an inspiring leader, has improved the lives of countless working families in the Bay Area and beyond. Thank Congressman Sherrod Hoffman for his committed leadership to bring this legislation to the floor and for carrying on a great legacy that he and Lynn Woolsey shared of leadership on behalf of the families of the North Bay. I just want to, though, say that her 2 decades in the House on education and labor and a co-chair of the Progressive Caucus, she was a leader on welfare reform in the 90s, opposing the war in Iraq since day one, working relentlessly on gender discrimination, ending gender discrimination, championing fervently the environment, and again, bravely protesting the genocide in Darfur. So the Congress will salute her instrumental leadership in establishing, she was one of the leaders who established Women's History Month, an important tradition allowing us to pay homage to many extraordinary women on whose shoulders we all stand. So for 2 reasons I come to the floor. Of course, I want to share in honoring John Lewis for the naming of post office and to honor Lynn Woolsey. I hope we have a strong bipartisan eye in both cases. Thank you again, Madam Chair, Wasserman Schultz, for affording this opportunity to speak on behalf of 2 great champions of the Congress. With that, I urge an aye vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers as well, and I'm prepared to close. And I will say that it is an incredible privilege to be able to manage the time on this legislation to name the main post office in the city of Atlanta after the great and late Honorable John R. Lewis. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5577? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S-583 as amended.
The clerk will report the bill. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 583, an act to promote innovative acquisition techniques and procurement strategies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-583, the Promoting Rigorous and Innovative Cost Efficiencies for Federal Procurement and Acquisitions Act, or the PRICE Act. This bipartisan bill was introduced by Chairman Gary Peters of the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Reform, along with Senators Joni Ernst and Thomas Carper. I commend them for their bipartisan leadership, as well as Congressman Joe Neguse for leading the House companion bill. To meet its complex and critical missions in service of the American people, The federal government must ensure that its procurement practices make use of innovative approaches that maximize the ingenuity and opportunity of American small businesses. These small businesses are the backbone of the American economy and the breeding ground for cutting-edge solutions that can be transformative in government operations. Recognizing that the Department of Homeland Security has been a leader in small business utilization, the PRICE Act requires it to publish an annual report on the projects of its Procurement Innovation Lab. Dedicated to improving the acquisition process within the construct of the Federal Acquisition Regulation, the lab is a proving ground for innovative ideas and a forum for developing and sharing lessons learned and best practices. Under the bill, the department would be required to develop guidance and training on innovative procurement techniques for contracting and program management personnel, and to make these best practices available to other federal agencies. The bill would also convene the Chief Acquisition Officers Council to examine and report on best practices in acquisition innovation in federal contracting, including through small business engagement, which is vital to keeping our industrial base strong and vibrant. The report would include a review of the practices and technology applications with the greatest success in improving program outcomes, enhancing customer experience, and meeting the federal government's small business contracting goals. These goals cannot be a check-the-box exercise that provides opportunity to only a handful of companies. Rather, they must be about opening the doors of federal contracting to as many small businesses as possible to expand our industrial base. The PRICE Act will pave the way for more cohesive and widespread adoption of modernized business practices and advanced technologies across the federal government. It also has the power to advance the goals of the Small Business Act by creating greater opportunity for small businesses. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the federal procurement and acquisition process is often cumbersome, complex, and inefficient. Doing business with the federal government is expensive and time-consuming. In fact, many commercial vendors must hire staff who are responsible for understanding the federal acquisition regulatory requirements just so they can do business with the government. For small businesses with fewer resources, this is an even greater challenge. In reality, most small businesses are struggling to survive in the Biden economy, let alone trying to navigate complex procurement processes and regulations. The Department of Homeland Security's Procurement Innovation Lab has issued reports stressing the need for innovative approaches to making federal procurement more effective and efficient. Thankfully, the PRICE Act will help put those insights into action. The PRICE Act requires DHS to develop department-wide guidance and training to improve procurement methods. These procurement best practices, which encourage reducing the time to award contracts, achieving cost savings, and better serving agency mission outcomes, will be shared with other federal agencies via a report. Also under the PRICE Act, the Office of Management and Budget will convene a working group within the Chief Acquisition Officers Council to identify and disseminate government-wide best practices to modernize federal contracting. Such best practices will focus on better utilizing small businesses, increasing procurement efficiency, improving program outcomes, and achieving better customer experience at agencies. The working group will provide its recommendations to Congress, which will help us identify and pursue smart procurement policy reforms. This is critical to ensure our nation's federal agencies can efficiently purchase the best products and services to serve the American people. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kansas has no other speakers, I do not have any other speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not a big government bill. It is a big idea bill. The PRICE Act does not mandate that government employ certain approaches. Rather, through reporting requirements, it will equip federal agencies with innovative acquisition practices. It will develop best practices to improve procurement methods across the government, and the PRICE Act will help small businesses conduct business within the government. This bill does not establish permanent programs or requirements, but simply requires key federal entities to conduct careful study and distribute the resulting recommendations government-wide and to Congress. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage of S-583 as amended and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 583? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S-566.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 566, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 42 Main Street in Slatersville, Rhode Island, as the Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S-566 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 42 Main Street in Slatersville, Rhode Island as the Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte Post Office. Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte was from North Smithfield, Rhode Island, and a graduate of North Smithfield High School, where he was co-captain of the football team. Specialist Turcotte served with 2nd Infantry Brigade Combat Team of the 4th Infantry Division in Kosovo. Over the course of his military career, Specialist Turcotte earned numerous medals and commendations, including the Army Achievement Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Army Service Ribbon, Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal, and the NATA Medal. Specialist Turcotte was deeply committed to our nation and served the country with distinction. In 2017, he was killed during a live fire training exercise at Fort Carson, Colorado. He is survived by his wife, parents, and 2 sisters. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring his legacy by naming the post office at 42 Main Street as the Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte Post Office. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-566, a bill that would name a Slatersville, Rhode Island post office after Army Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte. Matthew Turcotte was a lifelong resident of North Smithfield, where he played high school football, just 4 miles down the road from the post office that will bear his name. While in high school, Turcotte enlisted in the U.S. Army and served with the 2nd Infantry Brigade Combat Team of the 4th Infantry Division. He was deployed overseas to Kosovo and earned the Army Achievement Medal and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, among others. In 2017, he was tragically killed during a training exercise at Fort Carson, Colorado. This American hero is dearly missed by his wife, parents, sister, and friends. Specialist Turcotte was a dedicated soldier and patriot. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, in whose district the post office resides. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S-566, legislation to rename the United States Postal Service facility in Slatersville, Rhode Island, the Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte Post Office. A fallen soldier from North Smithfield who gave his life in service of his country, Specialist Matthew Turcotte was tragically killed during a training accident in 2017 when he was only 20 years old. An exceptional young man who exemplified the utmost commitment to serving his community and his country. Matthew's service continues to make all Rhode Island proud. Matthew is a lifelong North Smithfield resident, eager to serve his country, and enlisted in the United States Army while attending North Smithfield High School, where he was co-captain of the football team and a member of the track and field team. After his graduation in 2015, Matthew enlisted as a specialist and began his military career at Fort Benning. During his 2 short enlisted years, he earned numerous awards for his service, including the Army Achievement Medal, National Defense Service Medal, the Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, the Army Service Ribbon, the Overseas Ribbon, and the NATO Medal. Matthew's superiors in the military described him as a tremendous soldier who exemplifies selfless service to our military and our nation. He was deployed to Kosovo in 2016, and following his return, married his high school sweetheart and beloved wife, Megan. In August of 2017, Matthew was killed during a live ammunition training exercise at Fort Carson in Colorado while serving with the 2nd Infantry Brigade combat team of the 4th Infantry Division. As we prepare to dedicate this post office in Matthew's memory, I'm thinking of his father, Raymond, his mother, Liza, his wife, Megan, and his sisters, Kayla and Paige, and all of his extended family of loved ones. Let us never forget the enormous debt of gratitude that we owe not just Matthew and his family, but to all military families across the country who support the brave men and women who defend our nation and often shoulder the pain of unimaginable grief and loss. The decision to live one's life in service of others is never an easy one, and Matthew's commitment to a vocation of service represented the very best of our nation and of Rhode Island. For his patriotism, for his love of family and community, and for his dedication to the principles we as Americans hold dear, we salute Matthew and dedicate this post office in his honor. I know that Matthew's legacy will continue to inspire our community in North Smithfield and all Rhode Islanders. The dedication of this post office is an enduring expression of our gratitude for his service and a permanent reminder of his sacrifice. We know that Matthew's legacy and the impact he had on those who knew and loved him will far outlast anything we can do or say, Mr. Speaker, but it is the least we can do for one of the great heroes of our nation, Matthew R. Torcott. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back and thank the gentlelady.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close as well, as I have no further speakers. May the memory of Matthew R. Turcotte be for a blessing, and I urge passage of S. 566 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 566? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 2324.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2324, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2800 South Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the D. Edwina Stevens Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
So ordered, without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2324 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2800 South Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the D. Edwina Stevens Post Office. Edwina Stevens is remembered as a unique and influential community activist who touched people's lives in numerous roles for over 50 years. Born in Rocky Ford, Georgia, Edwina spent the majority of her adult life as a member of the Tallahassee community. Professionally, she was known as a fabulous nurse who pioneered changes in Tallahassee's local healthcare industry at Florida A&M University and Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. In the community, she was recognized for being an acclaimed environmentalist and tireless activist who successfully campaigned against cases of environmental disenfranchisement and fought inequality of neighborhood services in underserved communities. Ms. Stevens' achievements in Tallahassee include facilitating the hiring of black cashiers at Winn-Dixie stores, leading the successful crusade to shut down the medical waste facility on the South Side, and spearheading the infrastructure revitalization for the South Side. These activities improve the quality of life, not only for South Side residents, but for all the people of Tallahassee. In addition to her mission of advocating for positive change, Ms. Stevens was a historian and visionary for many ongoing projects. Ms. Stevens is also remembered as a warm, caring woman who possessed political grit and organizational skills needed to foster enduring relationships between government, media, and the community. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring a pioneer in the healthcare community by naming the post office at 2800 South Adams Street as the D. Edwina Stevens Post Office, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2324, which would name a Tallahassee post office after D. Edwina Stevens. Edwina Stevens was a community activist, civil rights icon, and nurse, working to improve Tallahassee's South Side neighborhoods. She was affectionately known as the Mother of South Side. She was also awarded the Florida Finest Award by former Governor Lawton Chiles. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kansas has no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Florida congressional delegation, I am proud to help honor a daughter of the state of Florida, and I urge passage of H.R. 2324 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2324? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 735 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 735, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 502 East Cotati Avenue in Cotati, California, as the Arthur Luis Ibleto Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 735 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 502 East Cotati Avenue in Cotati, California, as the Arturo L. Ibleto Post Office Building. Mr. Ibleto reigned in the Sonoma County food and wine community for nearly 50 years as its one and only pasta king. His Italian catering and frozen food business is an institution, and his award-winning grapes can be found in numerous Sonoma Valley wines. Mr. Ibleto was known for his generosity, and he lent considerable time and resources to charitable, educational, and civic causes. He continued working full-time until his passing on November 24, 2020, at age 94. But his accomplishments are not limited to food, wine, and the building of his community. At just 17, Mr. Ibleto deserted Mussolini's fascist army to join the Italian resistance and fought behind enemy lines to help the Allies defeat Nazi Germany during World War II. In 1949, he left Italy for Petaluma, California, where he met and married Victoria Eleanor Giardelli. The two settled in Cotati, California in 1951. A proud immigrant, Mr. Ibleto co-founded the North Bay Italian Cultural Foundation and served as state president of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Mr. Ibleto lived the American dream and helped countless people on his journey. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring his legacy by naming the post office at 502 East Cotati Avenue as the Arturo L. Ibledo Post Office Building, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 735. This bill would name a post office after Arthur Louis Ibledo. When Arthur was 17 years old, he deserted Mussolini's fascist army, joined the Italian resistance, and fought behind enemy lines to help the Allies defeat the Nazis. After World War II, he came to California and met his wife, Victoria. A proud immigrant, Arthur co-founded the North Bay Italian Cultural Foundation and served as state president of the Order of the Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. He was also known as the Pasta King and is an esteemed member of the Sonoma County food and wine community. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kansas has no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation and urge passage of H.R. 735 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 735 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 3539.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3539, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 223 West Chelan Santo Papa in Hagnan, Guam, as the Atanasio Tatino Perez Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3539 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 223 West Chelan Santo Papa in Hagåtña, Guam, as the Atanasio Tahitano Perez Post Office. Mr. Atanasio Tahitano Perez was a lifelong public servant to Guam and the United States. Over the course of his 36-year career, he not only served as the first postmaster of Guam, but also served in the Guam judicial system, serving as chief clerk and later associate justice in the Guam High Court of Equity. Mr. Perez was also involved in petitioning Congress to establish Guam's permanent civilian government, which its citizens enjoy today. Unfortunately, he did not live long enough to see his efforts through, as he passed away on April 23, 1950. President Truman signed the Guam Organic Act into law 3 months later on August 1, 1950. To this day, Mr. Perez is revered for his efforts not only in civil service, but also for advocacy on behalf of the Chamorro and Guamanian people of Guam. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring Mr. Perez's legacy by naming the post office at 223 West Chelan Santo Papa as the Atanasio Tahitano Perez Post Office, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3539, which would name a post office in Guam for Atanasio Tahitano Perez. It's fitting that this post office would be named for Perez, who was appointed as the first postmaster of Guam in 1901. In addition to his extensive government service, Perez was personally involved in the movement that petitioned Congress for U.S. citizenship for the people of Guam. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman from Kansas has no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage of H.R. 3539 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3539? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Montana, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 2842.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2842, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 120 4th Street in Petaluma, California, as the Lynn C. Woolsey Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join my colleagues in consideration of H.R. 2842 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 124th Street in Petaluma, California, as the Lynn C. Woolsey Post Office Building. Lynn Woolsey was born Lynn Carroll Robinson in Seattle, Washington on November 3, 1937. A graduate of Seattle's Lincoln High School, Woolsey attended the University of Washington from 1955 to 1957. She left school to marry Terry J. Critchett in 1958, and they eventually settled in Marin County, California. They had 3 children, Joseph, Ed, and Amy. After working as a secretary at a technology company and relying partly on welfare assistance, Woolsey opened a personnel services firm and returned to college at the University of San Francisco to earn her bachelor's degree in 1980. In 1984, Woolsey won a seat on the Petaluma City Council, where she served until 1992, including as vice mayor in her final year. When California Representative Barbara Boxer ran for the Senate in 1992, Woolsey ran to replace her and was elected in 1993 with 65% of the vote. Congresswoman Woolsey served on the House Budget Committee, the Government Operations Committee, and the Education and Labor Committee. As subcommittee chair of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee, she led a measure to provide job-protected leave for family members of injured soldiers. Among other successes, Congresswoman Woolsey fought legislation that threatened to reduce the scope of welfare programs, advocated for expanding school breakfast programs, and sponsored legislation to encourage young girls to study math and science, her Go Girl measure. As co-chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Congresswoman Woolsey advocated for a budget proposal to lower the deficit while supporting the social safety net. A prominent member of the Out of Iraq Caucus, Woolsey criticized the George W. Bush administration's prosecution of the war, voted consistently to suspend funding for the war, and introduced a bill to redirect $60 billion in Pentagon funds toward domestic civilian programs. Throughout her congressional career, Woolsey tended to her Northern California district. She delivered hundreds of millions of dollars back home for a variety of capital-intensive projects, including $9 million for a Petaluma River flood control project and $52 million for a seismic retrofit of the Golden Gate Bridge. Naming a post office for Lynn C. Woolsey is entirely appropriate given her distinguished career and her contributions to her state and country, and I urge all members to support this bill, and will just add what a privilege it was to have the chance to get to know and serve with Lynn Woolsey. She was a fierce advocate for her point of view. She spent every single day on the floor of this body during the Iraq War and spoke out against it every single day without fail. She is a woman of her convictions and someone who fiercely defended making sure that her constituents' voices were heard. And it was a privilege to serve with her, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2842, which would name a California post office after former Congresswoman Lynn Woolsey. Woolsey first entered politics after winning a seat on the Petaluma City Council in 1984. She served on the City Council until 1992, when she entered the race to succeed then Representative Barbara Boxer. During her 2 decades in the U.S. House, she brought attention to the struggles of impoverished women and children. She retired from Congress in 2013 at the end of the 112th Congress. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California who succeeded Congresswoman Woolsey, Representative Huffman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Florida and my other colleagues for their kind words about our friend, my predecessor, our former colleague, Lynn Woolsey. Lynn is a one-of-a-kind, barrier-breaking trailblazer, a lifelong advocate for women and working families, and in her 20 years of service to this body, she was a passionate voice for progressive values, unflinching in her convictions and ahead of her time in many ways. Speaker Pelosi often called her the conscience of the Congress. She was born and raised in Seattle, Washington, but put her roots down as a young woman in Sonoma County, raising a family, becoming a civic leader, and eventually launching a political career. She chaired the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women and then served on the Petaluma City Council before being elected to the House in the Year of the Woman. Congresswoman Woolsey understood firsthand the challenges of struggling families and single mothers because she lived it. She never forgot the hardships she faced when she was forced to go on public assistance to keep her family afloat. And it was because of this journey, as a former welfare mother, the first to ever serve in Congress, that she fought so hard for children and families. She dedicated her career to improving education and empowering American workers through her service on the Education and Labor Committee and as ranking member of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee. She was a champion for healthier school meals and sponsored the first ever expansion of FMLA to ensure that military families have access to leave to prepare for deployment or to care for a wounded warrior. Lynn also served as co-chair of the Progressive Caucus, using that platform to push for workers' rights, environmental justice, and equity for all, as well as a people's budget that would invest in working people instead of corporate tax cuts and military campaigns. Her passion for conservation and protecting our natural heritage can be seen throughout my district, from the rebuilding of Hamilton Wetland and Belmarin Keys to the cleanup of Skaggs Island to the dredging of critical waterways. Her work will ensure future generations can enjoy the breathtaking beauty of California's North Bay. One of her greatest, hardest-fought achievements was the expansion of the Cordell Bank and Greater Farallones Marine Sanctuary. Because of her work, one of the most productive marine areas off the West Coast is now permanently protected. Since she was a young child, Lynn wished for a more peaceful and just world. You've heard some words about her advocacy for peace, the way she spoke against the Iraq War. Together with Barbara Lee and Maxine Waters, they called themselves the Triad. She formed the Out of Afghanistan and Out of Iraq caucuses to promote a safe, responsible way to bring our troops home and to put an end to those conflicts. And as some of the floor staff may remember, Lynn gave nearly 500 special order hour speeches advocating for what she called smart security, a progressive approach to global engagement and foreign policy, one that emphasized diplomacy and humanitarian assistance rather than military force. Her work in Congress was all about fighting for children and families, and nothing made her prouder than her own children and family. Anyone who knows Lynn understands that she considers them her greatest legacy of all. So, on behalf of my colleagues, I am so honored today to ask for you to vote yes and join me in honoring Congresswoman Woolsey's unique, exemplary career and service by passing this legislation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a gift to be able to help name this post office and give this well-deserved honor to a remarkable woman whom I hope is watching right now, because she deserves every ounce of the respect that this naming represents. And with that, I urge passage of H.R. 2842 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2842? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman is recognized from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Gentlemen request the yeas and nays pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 3579.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3579, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 200 East Main Street in Maroa, Illinois, as the Jeremy L. Ridlin Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3579 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 200 East Main Street in Maroa, Illinois, as the Jeremy L. Ridlin Post Office. Army National Guard Specialist Jeremy L. Ridlin was born in Maroa, Illinois, where he attended Maroa Forsyth High School with his twin brother, Jason. Jeremy and Jason were students at Illinois State University, where they joined the National Guard and were assigned to the 1544th Transportation Company. In 2003, the National Guard activated their unit and deployed them to Fallujah, Iraq, where Jeremy served as postal clerk. On May 23, 2004, Jeremy was killed after a truck rigged with explosives detonated next to his convoy. He was 23 years old. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring Jeremy L. Ridlin, who made the ultimate sacrifice for his country by naming the post office at 200 East Main Street after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Illinois after Army National Guard Specialist Jeremy Ridlin. Ridlin was born and raised in Maroa, Illinois. Jeremy and his twin brother Jason went on to attend Illinois State University, and both signed up for the National Guard. They were assigned to the 1544th Transportation Company, which was activated in 2003 and deployed to Fallujah, Iraq. Jeremy served as the postal clerk there. Sadly, on May 23, 2004, Jeremy was killed in an ambush after a truck exploded next to his convoy. Specialist Ridlin was an outstanding patriot, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized. For how long?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues for giving us the opportunity to honor a hero, Jeremy Ridlin. I rise in support of this bill today to designate the United States Postal Service facility in Maroa, Illinois as the Jeremy L. Ridlin Post Office. Army Specialist Ridlin was born and raised in Maroa, Illinois, where he attended Maroa Forsyth High School with his twin brother, Jason. Jeremy and Jason, like my twin boys, they were inseparable. They were active in their church, played on its softball team, and were included in its weekly prayer list after they both deployed. Jeremy and Jason attended Illinois State University and joined the National Guard shortly thereafter. Their unit, the 1544th Transportation Company, was deployed to Iraq in 2003. On May 23, 2004, after a truck rigged with an IED detonated next to his convoy, small arms fire killed Jeremy in the ambush. Designating this post office in honor of Jeremy will serve as a testament to his bravery and a reminder of all those who laid down their life for the United States of America. Jeremy Ridlin died serving his country, and for that, he is a hero to all of us. He put his country above all else, and we thank him for his service and are thinking of his entire family back in Illinois today. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote for this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say to the gentleman from Illinois, as a fellow parent of twins, mine are 22, I send deepest condolences, although I know his passing was back in 2004. I know the pain is probably fresh for his family, and it is an honor to be able to join you in helping to name this post office. I urge passage of H.R. 3579 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3579? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 3613.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3613, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 202 Trumbull Street in St. Clair, Michigan, as the Corporal Jeffrey Robert Stanfest Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3613 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 202 Trumbull Street in St. Clair, Michigan, as the Corporal Jeffrey Robert Stanfest Post Office Building. Corporal Jeffrey Robert Stanfest was born on April 24, 1987. He was a 2005 graduate of St. Clair High School, where during his senior year he won 12 of his 14 cross-country races and was named the Time Herald newspaper Runner of the Year. He also ran cross-country during his tenure at Oakland University and helped lead his team to a conference championship. Described as an all-American kid, he joined the military because his grandfather had served in the Marines during World War II. Due to his constant demonstration of maturity and leadership, Corporal Stanfest was selected to become one of his unit's few dog handlers, in addition to his role as a combat engineer. In Afghanistan, he had been operating alongside his fellow engineers as a dog handler to detect IEDs and assist the route clearing platoon. Sadly, while attempting to clear a building on June 16, 2010, tragedy struck in the Helmand province of Afghanistan when Corporal Stanfest, along with his bomb-sniffing dog, Sergeant Rupert, was killed by an IED. Corporal Stanfest was only 23 years old. In the aftermath of his death, then Governor Granholm lowered flags to half-staff, and he was posthumously awarded the Purple Heart. He was previously awarded the Combat Action Ribbon, National Defense Service Medal, Afghanistan Campaign Medal, Global War on Terrorism Medal, and the NATO Medal. Naming a post office after Corporal Stanfest is appropriate given his dedication to his country, and I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring Corporal Stanfest. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I reserve myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill which honors Corporal Jeffrey Robert Stanfest. Inspired by his grandfather, a Marine in World War II, this all-American kid joined the military as a combat engineer. Corporal Stanfest was later selected to become one of his unit's few dog handlers, a testament to his maturity. Tragically, Corporal Stanfest was killed by an IED on June 16, 2010, while clearing a building in the Helmand province of Afghanistan. His bomb-sniffing dog, Sergeant Rupert, was also killed. Corporal Stanfest was only 23 years old. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring a true American hero. I support this bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Michigan, Lisa McClain.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House will vote on my bill to rename the St. Clair Post Office after Marine Corporal Jeffrey Robert Stanfest. Before we do, I want to tell you a little bit about the life of this brave young man. Corporal Stanfest was described by those who knew him as respectful, family-oriented, dedicated, hardworking, and the all-American kid. He was a runner at St. Clair High School, where he graduated in 2005. And as a success as a runner, along with his reputation as a leader, continued during his time at Oakland University. In 2008, wanting to follow in the footsteps of his grandfather, who served our nation during World War II, Jeff enlisted in the Marine Corps. He was deployed to Afghanistan as a combat engineer and a K-9 handler. Tragically, on June 16th, Corporal Stanfest and his K-9 partner, Sergeant Rupert, were killed by an IED. He was only 23 years old. We must always remember that the rights and freedoms we as Americans hold dear are only secured through the courage and sacrifice of those who serve. 11 years later, in memory of his courage and sacrifice, is kept alive by his parents, Timothy and Karen, and his sister Jacqueline, all of who knew him and loved him. This bill could never heal the wounds of losing him, but passage of this bill will demonstrate to his loved ones that Congress and this country will never forget his bravery and ultimate sacrifice. Passage of this bill will ensure residents of St. Clair will always be reminded about their high school star runners, the all-American kid who answered the call to serve and gave his life in defense of this great country. Thank you. And with that, I yield back, sir.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kansas has no other speakers, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized. The gentlelady from Florida reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Michigan coming down here to speak about such a brave American hero. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage of H.R. 3613 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3613? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 4168.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4168, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 6223 Maple Street in Omaha, Nebraska, as the Petty Officer First Class Charles Jackson French Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4168 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 6223 Maple Street as the Petty Officer First Class Charles Jackson French Post Office. Petty Officer Charles Jackson French was born in Arkansas in 1919 and first enlisted in the United States Navy in 1937. In 1941, Petty Officer French completed his first enlistment, but decided to re-enlist after the devastating attacks on Pearl Harbor that December. He served as a mess attendant on the USS Gregory when the military was racially segregated, but that did not stop him from rescuing 15 of his fellow injured sailors when their ship was attacked and sunk by Japanese gunfire. French helped his crewmates into a life raft and tied it to himself, swimming for nearly 8 hours through nightfall and swarming sharks until they were finally identified and rescued. For this, he received a letter of commendation from Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr. in May of 1943. After retiring from the military, Petty Officer French moved to Omaha before moving to San Diego, where he passed away at the age of 37. Naming a post office after Petty Officer First Class Charles Jackson French is a way to honor his dedication to his country, and I encourage my colleagues to join me, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4168, which would name a post office after Petty Officer Charles Jackson French. Petty Officer French enlisted in the U.S. Navy in 1937. He completed his first enlistment in 1941, but decided to re-enlist after the horrendous attack on Pearl Harbor. He served as a mess attendant on the USS Gregory, where he saved 15 of his injured fellow sailors when their ship was attacked and sunk by Japanese gunfire. French helped his fellow sailors into a lifeboat, tied it to himself, and swam for nearly 8 hours in the dark until they were finally rescued. After retiring from the military, Petty Officer French moved to Omaha and later California. His heroism is a true testament to the strength and bravery of our U.S. Navy. I strongly support this bill and encourage my colleagues to vote in support as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers as well. I'm prepared to close, and I urge passage of H.R. 4168 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4168? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, that 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 1298 as amended.
The clerk will read the title of the bill.
H.R. 1298, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1233 North Cedar Street in Owasso, Oklahoma, as the Staff Sergeant Marshall Roberts Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, each will control 20 minutes, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentlelady is recognized.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1298 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1233 North Cedar Street in Owasso, Oklahoma, as the Technical Sergeant Marshall Roberts Post Office Building. At age 28, Technical Sergeant Marshall D. Roberts deployed with the 219th Engineering Installation Squadron, 138th Fighter Wing, Oklahoma Air National Guard, in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. He died as a result of a rocket attack from an Iran-backed militia group at Camp Taji on March 11, 2020. Marshall was the first member in the history of the Oklahoma Air National Guard to be killed in combat. Technical Sergeant Roberts gave the ultimate sacrifice for his country, and his service will never be forgotten. Roberts is survived by his wife and fellow member of the Tulsa-based 138th Fighter Wing, Christy Roberts, and their 8-year-old daughter, Peyton. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring Technical Sergeant Marshall D. Roberts by naming the post office at 1233 North Cedar Street as the Technical Sergeant Marshall Roberts Post Office Building, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today in support of H.R. 1298, which would name a post office after Technical Sergeant Marshall Roberts. Roberts was from Oklahoma and enlisted in the Air Force in May 2014. He was assigned to the 219th Engineering Installation Squadron of the Oklahoma Air National Guard's 138th Fighter Wing. Sadly, he was killed in a rocket attack on Camp Taghi in Iraq. I strongly support this bill, honoring an American hero, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solemn memory of an Oklahoma hero, Technical Sergeant Marshall Roberts. Sergeant Roberts had a strong love for his country and was intensely proud to serve in the Oklahoma Air National Guard. He was deployed to Camp Taghi in Iraq in support of Operation Inherent Resolve when his unit was engaged in enemy fire. Sergeant Roberts gave his life defending our nation and the freedoms we enjoy every day, leaving behind a proud wife and a loving daughter. And since his death, Oklahomans have shown overwhelming support for Sergeant Roberts' family and have taken every opportunity to celebrate his memory. I will never forget when his remains were brought back to Tulsa in March 2020, when the city had just begun lockdown. And still, there were hundreds and hundreds of Oklahomans waiting outside the airport to welcome him home and mourn with his family. At his funeral, at the dedication for the highway named after him, at our Memorial Day service, and at countless events since his death, Oklahomans have shown massive numbers of support and to honor his service and to thank his family. You see, Oklahomans recognize the importance of military service and the sacred responsibility we all have to keep his legacy alive. We can rest in the knowledge that Sergeant Roberts' sacrifice was not in vain. He laid his life down for hundreds of millions of Americans that he never knew, and future generations yet to come. Renaming the Owasso Post Office in his honor is a small gesture, but meaningful, and ensures that our community proudly keeps his story alive for all the generations to come. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Kansas has no other speakers, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I, too, am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the memory of Technical Sergeant Marshall D. Roberts be for a blessing. I urge all members to support H.R. 1298 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1298 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House declares the House in recess. The chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House shall be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5577, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5577, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3900 Crown Road Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia, as the John R. Lewis Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what reason does a gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following individuals, I inform the House that they both will vote yes on H.R. 5577. Adams, North Carolina. Hoyer, Maryland.
For what reason does a gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 5577. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
Where's he from? For what reason does a gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of the great state of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote yea on 5577.
For what reason does a gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on H.R. 5577. Thank you.
From Tennessee seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote yea on H.R. 5577. Thank you.
And does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clarke of New York will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Congressman Espaillat, Congressman Kahele, and Congressman Vesey, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
Reason does a gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, Mr. Davis of Illinois, Mr. Castro of Texas, and Ms. Stansberry of Arizona, I hereby inform the members that they will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
Reason does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York's 27th District, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
Does For what reason does a gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by members Allred, Porter, Trahan, and Wild, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote aye on H.R. 5577.
What the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jerry Nadler, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
For what reason does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Ms. Berrigan of California, Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, Mr. Desaulniers of California, and Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House that these members will be voting aye on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris, I inform the House that Representative Chris will vote yay on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Axney, Brownlee, Franco, Meng, and Pingree, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, whose official state reptile is the American alligator, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 5577. As the member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, home of the first public park in America, the Boston Common, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on H.R. 5557. And as the member designated by Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, where the Texas state capitol is 15 feet taller than the U.S. Capitol, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
The gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bobby Rush, Congressman Rush of Chicago, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 5577. Thank you.
Where? Does a gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McHenry of the state of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
And for what reason does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Napolitano of California, Raul Reese of California, Henry Cuellar of Texas, Roybal Allard of California, and Vela of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H.R. 5577. As the member designated by Mr. Karnas, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House of Ms. Titus will vote aye on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Letlow from Louisiana, I inform the House that Ms. Letlow will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
For what reason does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on H.R. 5577.
On this vote, the yeas are 421, the nays are 0, and 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House is in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise this evening, along with several of my Ohio colleagues, to honor the life of a great Ohio congressman, Clarence Bud Brown, Jr., who sadly passed away last Wednesday at the age of 94. Congressman Brown represented the people of Ohio's 7th District with great distinction from 1963 through 1985 through 83. As ranking member of the House Energy and Power Subcommittee, Congressman Brown crafted legislation to help his constituents and the American people overcome the 1970s energy crisis. Congressman Brown hailed from an impressive Ohio family. His father represented the 7th District for 27 years in Congress. His son, Clarence Brown, is an actor who's appeared in many movies, including Shawshank Redemption, but is probably best known to American parents and children as the voice of Mr. Krabs in SpongeBob SquarePants. And Congressman Brown's nephew, Zach Haynes, currently serves on Miami University of Ohio's Board of Trustees. And so, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request that all members keep Congressman Brown's family and loved ones in their prayers as they mourn this profound loss. And I'd ask for a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the word legendary gets thrown around in this place a fair amount, but back in my hometown of Port Angeles, Washington, we have had the opportunity to see a local legend in action for 7 decades. Scooter Chapman has been the voice of Port Angeles sports for decades, working at Radio KONP since the 1950s. He's been a sportscaster, a referee, an umpire, but he's been more than that. He's been someone who cared about young people and their success. He's been someone who built pride in our community, and for every PA High Rough Rider, pride in his or her school. Back in 1992, I had the honor of presenting him a Letterman's jacket on behalf of our graduating class. And in the decades since, he has racked up more honors, recognitions, Hall of Fame entries than you could possibly count. And now, 30 years later, I'm honored to recognize Scooter Chapman from the floor of the United States House of Representatives as he prepares to sign off from KONP and hang up his microphone after 70 years at the station. Scooter Chapman has touched so many lives. He has made our community stronger. And Mr. Speaker, he is, in a word, legendary. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me make one thing clear. Israel has never been and will never be an apartheid state. Amnesty International's latest report that labels Israel as an apartheid state is nothing short of an outright denial of the Jewish state's right to exist. This report should be condemned immediately. It is the textbook definition of anti-Semitism. Instead of peddling these falsehoods and baseless allegations, Amnesty International would do well to focus on the human rights violations of the Chinese Communist Party. America has stood side by side with Israel since its creation, and our shared values remain the keystone of our strategic partnership. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand with Israel and the Jewish community. They deserve our unwavering support. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does... Sorry. Purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight how on-demand transit is a force multiplier for public transportation and a driver of lower costs in Massachusetts and across the nation. For example, VIA has partnered with the City of Newton in my district to provide an on-demand transit service called Numo, which provides low-cost ride shares for all residents. During a recent ride-along, I saw firsthand the transformational power of on-demand transit, especially for youth, seniors, and people with disabilities who gain autonomy from the ability to independently access and safely connect to jobs and services. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will bring significant funding to the Bay State to modernize transit, including expanding on-demand transit. This innovation can increase economic mobility, create new jobs, and reduce our carbon footprint. I look forward to working with the Biden administration to leverage the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to expand on-demand transit throughout Massachusetts and across the country. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Forest County Sheriff Bob Wolfgang on his retirement. Sheriff Wolfgang was first elected as sheriff in 2001 and proceeded to spend 2 decades as the Forest County Sheriff. In his work as sheriff, Bob aimed to engage the community and help people turn their lives around. During his 5 terms, Sheriff Wolfgang and his office worked to overhaul concealed carry permits, improve security, started several programs aimed to engage the county's youth. From participating in Shop with a Cop to a Forest County Youth Field Day, Sheriff Wolfgang focused on working with children to improve relationships with police and the community. He also spent time raising awareness for scams targeting senior citizens. Sheriff Wolfgang always focused on helping the community and being a positive role model for other officers and Forest County residents. His impact on all of our community cannot be overstated. Thank you, Sheriff Wolfgang, for your dedication and service to Forest County and the region. Enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Pete Dupre.
The gentleman will suspend.
Oh, sorry.
Is the gentleman seeking unanimous consent?
I'm sorry, ask unanimous consent.
Without objection,
to
the
address
gentleman
the
is
House
rec-
floor for 1 minute. I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Sure. Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Pete Dupre. Pete, better known as Harmonica Pete around the world, was a true American hero, an advocate for veterans and a constant inspiration to all those who were touched by his music. Spending time with him was a true honor that I will never forget, nor will my 12-year-old daughter, Ellie. She met him for the first time 4 years ago. They became pen pals and good friends. Pete recently passed the age of 98. Pete served for 3 years overseas as a U.S. Army medic in some of the most important battles of World War II, including the Battle of the Bulge, a true turning point in the war for Allied forces. Pete returned home and continued to represent our nation, traveling the globe, performing as an ambassador for the Greatest Generations Foundation. He earned his nickname by playing our national anthem on his harmonica at the United States women's national soccer team game against Mexico in my home state of New Jersey, at the Viking Stadium in front of tens of thousands of people, on the USS Arizona Memorial to commemorate the 74th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, at nursing homes nationwide, and so many more. Pete touched so many Americans. As we mourn the loss of Harmonica Pete, we pray for his 5 children, Michael, James, Robert, Pierre, and Marianne, his late wife, Jane, and his grandchildren, and all the friends and family he touched. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in remembering Pete Dupre. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like you to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to encourage the body to pass the Senior Independence Act. When I was back home over the last week, as I toured my businesses, wherever I went, be it in agriculture, be it in tourism, be it in transportation, be it in manufacturing, be it at retail, business all had the same problem. They couldn't find enough people to work. One of those reasons that they suggest I look at is currently under Social Security law, and kind of a mistake that Franklin Roosevelt made, a reason Social Security is great, but a questionable reason in the original way it was proposed. As soon as you make $19,500, you wind up losing $1 for every additional $2 you earn. This is causing people who would like to work more to stop working because the tax rate is just too high. It's time to pass the Senior Independence Act and move towards the point where you can make up to $30,000 before they take away your money, allowing more independence for our seniors and more labor for our businesses.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my profound appreciation that the House is expected to consider this week H.R. 4521, the America Competes Act of 2022. Indiana's 1st Congressional District is home to an incredible manufacturing, steel, and industrial workforce. These workers can compete with anyone in the world when they are provided with a level playing field. They can thrive in our global economy. I am pleased that the American Competes Act will take historic strides to defend the American worker, our manufacturing base, and grow our economy. Together, we can take action in this legislation to address supply chain vulnerabilities, increase the production of American-made semiconductors, and improve our ability to defend against illegally traded goods. I commend all the leaders for advancing this legislation, and I look forward to its prompt consideration on the House floor. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
60 minutes? Are you sure? You really want me up here? Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. And it's actually bittersweet because we're here to honor a friend, a longtime friend to many, even to some sitting here in this institution. because Vicki Dixon was an institution here in Washington, D.C., not in a bad way, but in a way where she touched so many lives in such a positive manner. I'm going to go ahead and save my comments about Vicki until later, because we've got some friends that got to know Vicki over the years like I did, and got to not only become friends, but just to see the wholesome, genuine, kind individual that Victoria Sands Dixon was. Her career was encapsulated by helping so many people here in Congress get things done. And her passing is bittersweet to all of us. But one good friend of Vicki, and a very good friend of mine, is the ranking member on the Committee on Veterans Affairs. So, Mr. Bost, I'll yield to you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my good friend Rodney Davis for yielding time to me and for organizing this special order. Tonight, you're going to hear several words from our colleagues that will echo the same resounding words, and that's Vicki Dixon should be recognized for all that she did in her life. But most of all, she was kind. She was a friend. When the delegation got together, she was always there to welcome newcomers to D.C. that she may have known from the time in Illinois. You know, she dedicated her life serving our country, which she loved deeply. In her 30-plus years here in Washington, D.C., she worked for several members of Congress, as well as 7 cabinet secretaries. Vicki will be deeply missed by those of us who knew her, whether in Illinois, Washington, Florida, where she just retired to in the fall. You know, she left our capital community and our nation better off than it was before. She was loved. She will be missed tremendously. Whether, when the Illinois delegation got together over at the club, it was always amazing how quick she would come up to greet everyone, show the friendship and kindness, give you some advice now and again on how to deal with this place as crazy as it is at times. Both Tracy and I send our prayers to her mother, Peggy, her sister, Christy, and all of her many nieces and nephews. And we want to say a special thank you for how she's touched each one of our lives. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you to my good friend, Mr. Bost, for those heartfelt words. Now I'd like to recognize another good friend of Vicki, our good friend, Mr. LaHood.
Well, thank you, Congressman Davis, and I echo the comments of both Congressman Bost and Congressman Davis. It is bittersweet to be here tonight to honor the life of Vicki Dixon, who was a friend to many in Illinois, here in Washington, D.C., and she passed away too early. But I'm glad we have the opportunity tonight to pay tribute to her wonderful career and her generosity and support of so many. And I thank you, Congressman Davis, for doing this. When you think about Vicki Dixon and her career, you can't help but think about Illinois. She was a native of Shelbyville, Illinois. Vicki felt a call to service at a very young age. From 1979 to 1989, Vicki worked for then Illinois Congressman Dan Crane, then went on to work for Mr. Dewinski at the Department of Veterans Affairs before serving at the Interior Department until she retired in 2016 and served for many, many different secretaries at the Department of Interior. And Vicki was a proud Illinois Republican, and she always supported the party back there and many of our candidates and elected officials. And she was integral in the development of something called the Lincoln Series. And the Lincoln Series really was a leadership program for young Republican women in Illinois, dedicated to increasing the numbers of young Republican women serving in government and in political positions. And that Lincoln Series would not have happened without Vicki Dixon. And there's many people that graduated from the Lincoln Series. And so we owe a debt of gratitude to so many people that Vicki helped touch by that program. Just one of many things that she did that was impactful on so many different folks. Vicki was known to many of us here in the halls of Congress for her work, specifically at the Department of Interior. and at the Capitol Hill Club. Many of us got to know her. She was very involved with the Capitol Hill Club and many of our activities over there. She was always kind and generous, had a smile on her face, and was willing to help. She will be sorely missed by everyone who knew her here in D.C. and, of course, back home in Illinois. My prayers remain with Vicki's family, and may she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Well, thank you for those great words, Congressman LaHood. I didn't know she was one of the folks who started the Lincoln series. That's great. That's a great program, and it makes me see the influence of Vicki Dixon even more. A lot of great people have gone through that program, and now I know why it's a great program, because of people like her. Thank you. And another good friend of Vicki Dixon. Oh, well, there's Vicki talking. Just knocked it down. She's like, shush, quit saying so many nice things about us. You know, another good friend of Vicki is our colleague from the state of Washington. You and your wife were very close to Vicki, and I know after her passing, we exchanged phone calls to try and find out what happened. Dan Newhouse, and what's your wife's name again?
You always have trouble with that.
I do, yeah. Tell Joan I said hi.
I will do that.
And it's now in the congressional record that I acted like I didn't know her name. Hey, in all seriousness, Dan, why don't you tell the American people about our friend Vicki?
Well, thank you, Mr. Davis. And let me just say thank you very much for organizing this moment that we honor Vicki here on the House floor. It truly is something that she deserves, because she truly, you know, this institution of Congress, she held in high regard, as you know. So it's an honor for me to be able to stand here and honor her life. I call her a friend. Victoria Lynn Vicki Sands Dixon. Well, I only had the pleasure of knowing her, I think, for about the last 5 years, but I got to tell you, it soon became clear after meeting Vicki that she's one of those people that you could really call an angel on earth. She treated her friends just like family, and honestly, she would do anything for her friends. As you mentioned, she was a really close friend of my wife, Joan, and she's going to kill me for saying this, but for over 42 years. In fact, Vicki was even the maid of honor at our wedding. That's how close she was to us. She was considerate, she was thoughtful, gracious and funny, generous to a fault, and always the first to lend a helping hand. I can't tell you how many times Vicki, even not even being asked, came to the rescue. One time, Joan and I had just moved into a new house in middle of winter, and the gas hadn't been turned on yet. We couldn't get the gas company to respond. Vicki, before the end of the night, when the house temperature got down into the 40s, we had no less than 6 little heaters trying to keep that house warm. That's the kind of person she was. She was always there to help. I know you've heard from some of our friends tonight, and there's so many people that would agree with them that she truly was a friend. But she was more than that, too. She was a dedicated American. She was faithful to her country, certainly proud of her party, proud of her home state of Illinois, and as you heard, a devoted public servant. It truly is a loss as we lose Vicki, but if there's anyone that I can think of, anyone worthy of moving on to a better place, it's her. Vicki was an example of the engaged and selfless citizen that we really all should try to emulate. I know her family and her community continue to be blessed by her memory. May she rest in peace with her beloved Bob Michael. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Feel free to stick around. If any other thoughts on Vicki's life come to mind, make sure we let the world know. I do want to share a note I got from people who are very close to Vicki, and this epitomizes the influence Vicki had on so many here, and I think this note speaks for so many people. It says, I'm still devastated, just like everyone who knew her. Wow. You can look around this city, you can look around this Capitol, and you can see what Vicki Dixon meant. It didn't matter if you were a Republican or a Democrat. She worked for both administrations. This is the person who was able to help navigate people in the right direction to get things done. She's the perfect example of a career public servant who did not work for the public attention, but for the sake of our country. She loved the United States of America. Through her kindness and professionalism, she won the hearts of many, from the highest positions here in Washington to the humblest positions here in Washington. And I hope when we all leave that we can say the same thing. That our best friends just weren't those who walked into the best offices in this complex, but that our best friends were those who made sure the lights worked in these offices. That our friends were those who make Washington work for all of us, just like Vicki Dixon did. One of my favorite memories of Vicki is actually getting to meet her. It was with my great friend, my former boss, former chief of staff, Craig Roberts, who introduced me to her. And then I got reintroduced by my former colleague, my mentor, and my friend, and former boss, John Shimkus, Congressman Shimkus. You know, and that brings up a great memory that I have of Vicki and Leader Michael sitting right behind home plate. And I could tell if the game was going well because Vicki was very much smiles when I would chase a passed ball back to the backstop. If the game wasn't going well, she probably wouldn't look at me while I was going back, making another error, maybe, possibly, and yes, historically. But I can remember Vicki sitting there with Leader Michael in a Cubs jersey. Look, I'm from Illinois. I am not a Cubs fan. And neither was John Shimkus. He was a much more rabid fan of the Cardinals than many. Vicki Dixon was the only one that could wear a Cubs jersey around Congressman John Shimkus because she was Vicki Dixon. From 1989 until her retirement in 2016, Vicki served Secretaries of the Interior, as I mentioned earlier, under both Republicans and Democrats. That's where I got a chance to see what she meant to people. The constituents I used to work for, when I worked for Congressman John Shimkus, got VIP tours of the monuments because Vicki Dixon realized that when constituents come to Washington, they want to see their nation's capital. And she did everything she could to make that happen. So much so, when I became a member of Congress, she continued to help us allow our constituents to see the monuments under her direction at the Department of Interior. I remember a good friend of hers used to work with her at the Department of Interior under President Bush. And I've exchanged texts with Lori Yates, my good friend, over the last few weeks upon Vicki's passing. Lori, Vicki knew you were a great friend too. She knew that friendship mattered. And understand, Vicki's in a better place. She's with her friends and those she loved the most, in a place where there's no pain. But in a place like Washington, D.C., she will be missed. You know, she worked for the Office of the Secretary of the Bureau of Land Management as an expert in external affairs. And before Interior, she worked for Congressman Dan Crane, and she also worked for the Veterans Affairs Secretary, Ed Derwinski. And as my colleagues mentioned, she's a native of Shelbyville, Illinois. Vicki attended Lakeland College in Mattoon. But I can remember one day, my wife and I were driving around our hometown of Taylorville, and we just so happened to drive by Vicki's mom's house because Vicki's mom, Peggy, lived in my hometown for some time. And who do I see standing out in the driveway of her mom's house in Taylorville, Illinois, but Vicki Dixon? So, of course, she flagged us down and we stopped. And I got to know her mom even after that meeting. And I know her mother, Peggy's devastated by her loss. Vicki moved from D.C. to Naples, where she, again, quickly made new friends. But on January 8th, it's one of those days where you exchange phone calls with colleagues and friends, and you hate to have that discussion. But just so everybody knows, Vicki passed peacefully in her sleep. Unexpected, in Naples. I can't tell you how devastated we all are to know that Vicki's not going to be able to enjoy that house, that time that she wanted to enjoy in Naples. But Vicki lived one of the fullest lives I think we could ever wish for. Vicki's mom, Peggy, and her family are devastated, and we know that. And I hope you know that our prayers are with them all. And I would urge anyone watching tonight to say a quick prayer for Vicki's mom and Vicki's family. But Vicki's resting in peace. Vicki's again in a place experiencing no pain. And I believe there's a God that allows her to be able to experience that peace with those she loved the most. Vicki, we know you're resting in peace, but D.C. is not resting with you right now. D.C. is honoring you tonight. And there's not a person that I think deserves it more than Victoria Sands Dixon to be honored by an institution that she loves so much. God bless Vicki and her memory and those who knew her, and let's all use her as an example. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.